what they can specifically do about it. Now, the U.S. and the Russian Federation at the time, they put forth these measures to reduce and limit strategic offensive arms. That was enacted in February 2011. This treaty putting missiles along their border. And Russia just don't trust them. They're going to hold up our end of the bargain. They're taking measures to appropriately violate that agreement. That could, of course, prompt countermeasures from Russia to our violation. And the fear is that has expressed President Trump would trust the defensive measure. He thinks that they're going to be turned to an offensive measure, which could lead us down a path of nuclear war with Russia if we find out we violated the terms of this treaty. The U.S. indeed disregarded this treaty. Russia finds out that we're actually being dishonest, that we're not holding up our end of the bargain, that we're testing missiles on their border. Could they see that we're down the path, say, like the Cuban Missile Crisis? We really want to get into their dance with Russia at this point. What we're doing with is quite dangerous, as you can see. Not only that, but we've seen Russia in our airspace. Now, where this is going is mentioned. He said that he's building they can actually prepare to strike us back for doing that. Find out that we violated this agreement and we're testing missiles on our health, according from
We have ended the Big Mac show. Now we have kept 3 items this week. That's rainforest sunglasses, amazing nootropic for $17.76, normally $29. Leading competitors that have similar formulas are $60 to $70 to $80. That's 40% off. DNA Force, our flagship product. It's a big deal. 30% off on that. Stimulant and then vitamin mineral infusion. All items on minerals, amino acids, cofactors. All uploaded without tasting very much. Inflammatives. Whatever information will work. elections. He's fighting to sell out. Makes no difference. But these are among the most dishonest actually heard this was happening. And that's just how horrible Trump is. You could tell them that Trump is a Martian that wants to eat your baby's brain, they'd believe it. These are dangerous people. And Trump is betting that there are enough people who are halfway sane and who do want their jobs back and who do want the globalists to take their foot off our neck. Some are saying, and we war gamed this over the weekend, some are saying, oh my gosh, if you come out and say Hillary stole the primary and Hillary's a legitimate nominee, and if you put that out to voters, they're going to get discouraged and not go vote for Trump. That's how the media is spinning it. But the headline said, Trump prepares to lose election. So he comes out and points this out. That's the only Trump more. The little bird told me with orange hair. You're going to be hearing a lot more about this, ladies and gentlemen, because Donald Trump's not going to let you be robbed, myself be robbed, or him be robbed, or his family. And Crooked Hillary thinks they're going to pull that on Mitt Romney. Lady, ain't going to happen. That's why her campaign head, her chief strategist said, this is dangerous what Trump's doing. You're right, it is dangerous, isn't it? Actually standing up to you, actually calling you for what you are, and saying, we're not backing down, we're not going quietly into the night.
Hello, YouTubers. It is 8/2/2016. I think it's 8/2 today. Yeah. Alright, well, y'all, I quit. I've never quit on this in my life, but I'm not actually quitting. I've got the big stop sign in front of me. You know? One, there's not enough people in this damn country get off their ass to do anything, get motivated to right things in this country. I have spoken the truth, and I do stand for honor and justice and righteousness, and there's just not enough supporters out there. I contacted, let me see, who the hell did I call today to get the declaration of intent for every state across this nation? Alabama, Alaska, Samoa, Arizona, Little Rock, Arkansas, Sacramento, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, and Florida. And all I get is fucking answer machines at these places to get the declaration of intent sent to me from these states. And then I find out from one of these states, I ain't even gonna bother to look the damn thing up who it was that said what they said. But they've already shut the door on even doing a write-in. One of the damn states doesn't even allow a write-in. I think that was Arkansas, memory serves me. Said, no, they don't do write-ins. I said, so you, yeah, that's Little Rock, Arkansas. I said, a girl named Amy. So, you know, it's like, fuck the Constitution. An individual out here can't run for president, regardless of what that damn document says. You know? Still 4 months out, 3 months out, whatever, you know, before the voting. On November 8th. So, you know, the media, the nasty, freaking evil fuckers with the media, hinder a good person from attempting to even become president. How dare I? How dare I, as an individual out here, think that I could run for president to do right by this nation and its people? You know? But there wasn't enough of you out there that even took interest. And some ones that did write me and tell me that they would support me, but there's just not enough, folks. There's just not enough. And bless the lady that made the website for me today. You might as well forget it, because the states are showing me there's not and so without the write-in, I'm sunk. But more importantly, there's not enough people in America that even give a shit. That's the sad thing about it. Hell, I can look at my own videos on JFK would end up saying, don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Hell, you can't even stand up for it. You know, she's on her knees. Hell, she propped down on one knee now. She's about to lay down, and you're sitting on your honkers, not doing a damn thing about it. You know, you're not holding your politicians accountable. And by gosh, I tell you what, I've made enough freaking calls to Washington, D.C. and to my state officials, supposed to be my representatives as a constituent of Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. And all they're up there marching to do is listen to fucking lobbyists to push their agenda, to do whatever they do to pad their pockets for their agenda. Lifers. Lifers. I mean, my God, how long has Mitch McConnell been up there? Shit, I'm surprised he's not on a freaking walker going in up there, you know? But I guess if you live a cushy life, you can at least walk up there. But, you know, they get the best of everything, keep milking the public. That means you. And you just keep playing along with the game because you're sitting placid and not doing a damn thing about it. Now, Kentucky doesn't have a recall, but there's a hell of a lot of states that do. If you'd have just got off your ass and gone out with a little bit of information about your politicians and how the hell they vote. Let me tell you, if they vote for the TPP, they're fucking tyranny, treason, and usurping the Constitution of this country. But who out there cares but me and a few that have watched my videos? I'm telling you the truth. You know, under 5 U.S.C. 7311, if they usurp the Constitution of this country, they should be ousted from freaking office. But are you all doing anything about it? Hell no, you know. You're just sitting back and let them run them up. Every damn executive order that President Obama, which I don't even recognize him, is my president because he's the only one. But if you people bother to investigate these politicians, don't look at what about them. You know? Because you don't care, there's not enough people who care. They're all busy in their daily lives. That one person's lives got to scooching on. And you'd be wondering what the hell happened. How did it get so bad? You have no clue what's coming at you. No clue. You know, those that are asleep out there that sit in the blinders on, not going to sleep. Don't help the sheep. Don't let them sleep. But, you know, there's not enough people out there in this country that gets a damn about this country. Well, I gave it my all. I have been doing this stuff for some time. And I don't see the point of me keep pumping out the damn doing Fukushima. The hell is killing us. I call and try to get answers from my representatives. Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, what the fuck are you doing about Fukushima? Oh, hell, let's get up there and let's look up out the Indian. It has 277 down, 200 stainless steel bullets floating around the reactor too. That's just one of them. That's all it only takes one. Get wedged between the jet stream that's cooling down the rise. The regular rise is in that plant. So, friends of the earth, people, activists, whatever, that was looking for the safety of 20 million people in New York, because it sits 26 miles from the point. But they got it shut down. Emergency court paper, I guess, you know. And they fired it back up in 212. They're riveted. They're going to throw in on the air conditioners. Everything running from the summer. When they could have used Canadian nuclear power plant up there, might have lights and all the shit that they needed for New York. But 20 million people are exposed. And of course, when that place does blow up, and the sister pit reactor number 3 is built identical to number 2, but they're not going to check the bones on that side until 2017, 2018. I forget which of the 2 years. So, you know, it's going to be the next catastrophe. She would deny. It got hit with the earthquake too, folks. But they keep that under wraps. She would deny. Your best interest in mind. And it's sad. It's sad. But anyway, I took down all my videos, didn't and the media that's all involved, from the evildoers that kept me in a box, and not put me out on the national news. And I've never had anybody offer from a state called Kentucky to give me a name. I needed 8 names to put on that, but those 8 people have had to go to Franklin, to our capital, to cast their ballot to support me. I can't even get 8 people, and I don't have a running mate. So I've never had any offers on that when I put the video out. So, I don't see any point in wasting any more time. And I had somebody say, well, you're wasting your time. Well, I don't consider it wasting my time. I tried. And I have called the officials and proofs on my channels. Both of them. So anyway, y'all take care. I was wanting to get rid of FBI, CIA, and all this damn shit. I take our privacy away. No taxes. Get rid of the GMO food. I mean, I stood for a lot for the people. That's who I would have represented. And I would have been the only one in this country in the presidency that would have done that, because all those fuckers up there, all of those assholes up there, they don't represent you. They never did and they never will. Do your own investigating. I'm not here to convince you of nothing, anything. Do your own background searching, because I've done it for a long time. But anyway, well, I wish y'all well for when the shit hits the fan. Remember this day when your last moments come. You had somebody here that's willing to do it, that is still willing to do it, and to fight for this country, and to fight for you, your wife, your spouse, your husband, whatever, your children, your future. And as I see it, there isn't one, because America can't come together to stand up for America. So y'all take care. Carol, Weeble Willow 2 Daily Data News coming at you.
yesterday when I found out my mom passed away. So much I still have to say, but the past of my only shot. Should've shown you that I love you, but I was too busy smoking pot, too busy starting fights and arguments and breaking rules, hanging out with the wrong group of people because I thought it made me cool. But now I know it was a fool. Sorry for being such a jerk, and now you're dead and I can't take any of the pain, and it makes it so much worse. And I just wanna be able to wake up in the morning and pretend it doesn't hurt. On the day you died, I wonder why the hell you had to go to work. Cause if you didn't, you would still be alive. I'd be able to sleep at night. Why the hell would God take you from this planet and leave me behind? You love me, Vince, Monica, Stacy, and my damn brother. It bothers me knowing my children are never gonna meet their grandmother. I just wanna cry. Actually, I'm
short attention spans because who I'm competing against. It's this whole world of like, be a baby. Don't ever grow up, just suck your thumb. They're not putting you into this position because they plan on letting you live out your life as a thumb-sucking 50-year-old male that thinks he's a 5-year-old, a 20-year-old woman who thinks she's a baby, that sicko men are into. This is what happens right before culture collapses. And is your looking for trouble? I'm sorry, we're killing enough babies in these mortuaries to keep them alive with solar arrays, heating hospitals with their dead bodies, and splicing them with animals. We got TVs watching everybody and they embed on the news, and it's you're a kook if you don't like it, and we're trying to break the family up and saying get rid of the word mother and father, and we're done. Okay, I'm done. Whenever the chips fall, I'm not playing games. Trying to just install Paul Ryan, and now they're in the news acting like Trump's a kook, going, nobody tried to steal something from him in the primary, nobody took anything from Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders supporters are all over going, yeah you did, see, Trump knows what he's doing, he'll give the Sanders people, if they have any soul, any mind, any sense of not wanting to be wrong, they are going to realize that this is happening, and that this is going on. But I want to thank the viewers, I want to thank the listeners for your financial support, buying things like water filtration systems, so you don't get the glyphosate, the fluoride, and the garbage, getting things like non-GMO, high-quality heirloom seeds, getting things like the books, the films, the videos to hand out to others, the t-shirts to spread the word about come and take it, and we're going to stand up so you meet like-minded people and buy the nutraceuticals, because I just can't believe InfoWars is there with Drudge and Breitbart and the Daily Caller and a few others, and obviously the patriots of this country, who are race-colored green, standing against the Pope and the Communist Chinese and the Saudi Arabians and the Mexican presidents and Mexican kingpins and all these people that are involved in all these horrible things, telling us we can't have Trump, and now the president holds a press conference of political correctness because he said, hey, why is that Muslim woman speaking? I don't like it in the Muslim culture that women aren't allowed to speak and not wear hoods over their heads. Absolutely, we're sick of it. Trump can't go to Saudi Arabia and preach Christianity. This con guy's in the Muslim Brotherhood that Obama's all hooked up with that overthrew Egypt. That's what all of this has come down to. That's what we face as a society and as a culture. Remember, they said Drudge was a kook in the media. They said Drudge is crazy. He's making a big deal out of the fact that they canceled elections in Colorado and a bunch of other states and just handed it to Ted Cruz. I mean, that's completely normal. And look at this kook Trump. I mean, he saw 8 million more people vote, and then he magically gets less votes than McCain did in 2012. That's obviously fraud. And then they openly try to steal it from Trump, and he dares speak about it when they're rigging everything from Google to you name it. Martians. They're the ones. They're the ones. They're the globalists. They're the enemy. They're the problem. They're like the EU that came over and took over England. And we're saying, you know what, globalists, get out of here. Where are you? And it's taken just magic, beautiful Yankee like Donald Trump to stand up and say, you want to come after me? Go ahead. But I'm standing up for this country. We are forcing the globalists out in the open. We're making them tell big whopper lies. We're making them openly steal elections. We're making them come out and try to legitimize having superdelegates ignore giant landslides in primaries for Donald J. Trump. And as Trump said, it's hard to beat a landslide. And that's how we're going to stop this fraud. But if they do engage in fraud, we're going to catch them. And that's why Hillary, she was stabbed. It's extremely dangerous, which is a threat. I hope the audience will come before God, even if you've not been a spiritual person or a Christian in your life. I pray that people understand that there is such a thing as providence, and just focus on the fact. If you're a Christian, pray with me that a hedge of protection be put up around Donald J. Trump and all of us that are fighting for truth and justice, and that all of the enemy's plans be turned against him, and that we be given discernment and providence to overcome the enemy. But in the end, whatever God's will is, that is justice. And that we know that God's plan, this will all turn out to be for a very, very good reason. It's pretty good when you understand how incredible this period of history is right now. And then we thank God for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is putting himself under the media and psychic and cultural attack of the enemy. And it's real. It's not put on. This is 100% real. The energy level is just rising to an absolute cacophony, a crescendo, a finale, a coup de grace. Ultra doom wrong battle. Though it's a twilight of the gods, all right. These would be gods of the New World Order. They're not gods at all. Not the New World. This is only the beginning. Know this. Trump's gonna launch a TV network after this if they steal it. He's got sons that are even smarter than he is. This is not the beginning of the fight. Strike us down. Kill Donald Trump. Sons become 10 times more powerful. Kill Alex Jones. The nephews become 10 times more powerful. The enemy does. They cannot win long-term if we fight. We have the truth on our side. Now, let's go to Washington, where the enemy this morning, just about an hour ago, millennialsandvoters.com, politics, C-SPAN, the enemy, for 6 minutes declared that you can't have Donald Trump, and he is afraid. They know he's a landslide ahead. My numbers are all 15 points ahead nationwide ahead of Hillary. Oh yeah, just like Bernie was. They're scared. Let's play the clip. Yes, I think Dr. nominee is unfit to serve as president. I said so last week, and he keeps on agreeing. say, I'm not working with the Russians, but if Hillary deleted these emails illegally, I think the Russians should release them. By the way, the Wall Street Journal and others admitted her chief of staff got $35 million in weapons transfer. Her foundation got hundreds of millions of other dollars collected from Putin. She's the one selling out to everybody. She's the one that sold out the launch technology, the systems, the boost phase, the re-entry phase, the MERV phase, the miniaturization, the entire system for deliverable ICBM payloads of up to 24 warheads or dummies. Cruise missile, submarine launch technology, on, reactors from North Korea. So it's so sick to be informed, sit there and still claim he's some kind of Russian agent. But listen, he's 7 or 10 points ahead, and that's what closeted folks not saying they're voting for him. We think there's a 7 or 10 point lead on that as well. He could be 10, 15 points ahead of Hillary. That's why they're panicking. That's why they had a law come out today and talk for 6 minutes about how Trump's unfamously attached Gold Star families. Now, he had told that Muslim Brotherhood individual that there was one who talked and said, why isn't she speaking? Because he attacked your son. This is perfect straw man analogy. Gold Star families. It's the entire military supports Trump. It isn't any military targeting. It's to get Muslims to think that's how you have a fake victory. Let's play a little bit. This clip where he talked about it being rigged and said they couldn't steal it from me because there were such landslides and I didn't go along with it. But Bernie did, and he's reaching out to the Bernie supporters, who are the vast majority of Democrat voters, to come over and vote for him. And research in them. Trump is really trying to win. And evidence she stole the nomination. That's the argument I make publicly in a public outreach to Trump. And I'm going to leave it at that. information, but that's political. This is like Congress putting the TSA that leaves our borders open. I don't hate the average TSA person, but clearly the globalists and the Clinton crime family have been trying to get us with Obama to start a civil war with all those political links against global government and against the average cop, with record numbers, getting shot in the back, getting killed, and people celebrating it. It's so clear that the right moral move and also the right strategic move, and elites that have set up a scientific plan to order the world and take it over and control it and end free will. Going back to Matt Bracken here in a moment. Your phone calls at 800-259-9231. But just look at the economic numbers. They're racing towards a global collapse. Many big European banks have lost half their value. CNN, the humbling of the American tech giants in China. Oh, we were supposed to always be the tech leaders. We were sold out. We were supposed to be service. That's being sold out. It's a plan to set us up and then dictate the terms of our surrender. It's Bloomberg. Global stocks drop, yen strengthens as growth worries resurface. Japan, $276 billion stimulus plan, much smaller than it looks. This is just some of the news today. If I was a selfish person, I would be headed to the most rural area right now with my family. I'd just disappear right now. I'm telling you, folks, the world you've known is about to be gone. Get ready. I don't know how the ranks are going to go, but let me tell you, the new world order is even scary. You look at them on TV. This is out of control, like Bracken keeps saying. It's one thing to set up this plan for world government, and have all your computers and your actuaries and your algorithms. It's another thing to actually get on the horse. And let me tell you, we're on the horse. I'm going to briefly say this and I'm done. We're funded by you, not by big fat cat sponsors, not by stimulus money, not by taxpayer money like MSNBC and NPR and the rest of them. We sell great pharmaceuticals, great storable foods, great water filtration systems, great solar panel and control unit systems that are really the best units out there for the lowest price. We've got everything. From vitamin mineral fusion to you name it. Grain Force is great, natural, nootropic. Some of these ingredients are prescription in Europe. It's 40% off right now, $17.76, and there's free shipping. Trying to get rid of a lot of the specials, but the 3 or 4 we kept, and you free shipping on top of it. With vitamin mineral fusion, we've also got specials on DNA Force, and the funds you send to us. Well, you see what we do. We change the world. We go where nobody else will. And we give a platform to all the other great patriots that want to fight in the information war and want to get everybody ready and geared up. InfoWars it. Go ahead. Sorry.
And how can anybody look at something like that and not see it as, one more clanging bell of alarm?
Does this not signify their diaspora? As you said, this signifies what?
Even to take out the Marxist stooge. The media is completely on board with this. What is it going to take to wake this country up? A super 9/11? Of course, if that happens, then that will be used as an excuse to close the internet and take it down for a while and tame it. But everybody needs to know this can turn very quickly. This is not a world where they're cold, where they're George Slice in a hurry. When you wake up and wake up, it's us. I turn on TV and wondering when is it going to be the day that we see an aircraft carrier be fired and you send a big crisis century means it means something huge is going to happen. We can all feel it. We don't know when it's going to be, but we all feel it. We can all tell this is like May of 1940. basically institutes global blasphemy laws that would be ahead of the Constitution.
Multinational secret groups running our country's decisions. That's unfit. Absolutely, Matt.
Well, it's almost beyond belief, but right now, the Department of Homeland Security is being run by the Muslim Brotherhood. Obama put in these CARE and other groups to run interference against the FBI for the jihadists. So nothing would surprise me that the first Clinton regime, they threw morale for money. They gave the intercontinental ballistic missile technology to China on a platter. They invited the Chinese scientists into Los Alamos and everywhere else. They even took away the colored badges that they could tell like who's foreign, who's American, who has a clearance, because it was bad.
And then they have our news and movies announce we got our rocket technology from China. They invert everything.
Right, and so there's massive treason that's going on. Now, in a Democrat welfare state, maybe it wouldn't matter. Like I said, Hillary could, eat a baby on television, and it wouldn't matter because the people who are welfare slaves on the EBT plantation, all they care about is that every 2 weeks their EBT card gets recharged with cash, electronic cash, and otherwise they really don't care. This is why they're bringing in all the illegal aliens. They're even flying them in Guatemala and Honduras because it's too dangerous for them to make the trip. We'll send an airplane, and then your parents can come next year.
That's the people make those as illegal, but they just go ahead and go forward with it.
They don't care.
George, this is where the question.
Question. I just want you to realize that he's been selling visas and citizenship to foreigners, in particular, because he is also a lawyer for Sharia law. So he wants to bring in law. He's selling them. I forgot the name of the visa.
No, I'm aware of it. Thank you. We're going to come back, George. Thank you. Linda, Charles, John, Kevin, 13 others. We're back live. Matt Raven's our guest. 5 minutes the next hour. We'll have another guest popping in to talk about her history with the Clintons. The whole Republican establishment is against Trump, which just shows how criminal all of this has really gotten. And the whole stage is set for any type of attorney you can imagine. For the media that will fly about anything. I'm really surprised at how corrupt the average person is. That last caller, George, he had one other question. You want to respond to what he was saying, Matt Dragon?
It was the TTP, or no, he was what they call in the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obama's secret chief.
That's called civilizational jihad. People need to read this book. It's not a thick book. It's only a couple hundred pages, if that. See Something, Say Nothing by Phil Haney. If you don't have time for books, go on YouTube and just look at the Senate hearing testimony. The country has been split. Leaders have taken over basically. Taken over. unless it's really a landslide, like a 1980 landslide, my first presidential vote cast was for Reagan. And like the caller said, we didn't know because it was neck and neck. We didn't know, and then it turned out to be a blowout. I know that I don't see bumper stickers at all. Not for Hillary, of course, but I don't see them for Trump either. I think people are afraid of getting their car vandalized. That's the state of this country now. It could be a blowout, but unless it's a blowout, they'll cheat and win. I don't think that they'll allow even a blowout to go forward.
whether he could be sued in office when it went to the United States Supreme Court and I won was even newsworthy then. So this
that she's really Webster Hubbell's daughter. She sure looks like him. been hearing about it for a long time, and I just hope that there's really, I hope the Republicans get out there and watch very closely. I think we're going to win this election. But if it's rigged, like anything else, it's rigged. I put it up to me, and when it landslides, I think it was rigged against Bernie Sanders was super dumb. It's nonsense. It was, well, we know it was rigged. We have demons. And I'm telling you, November 8th, we know the gentleman was that election's going to be rigged. Now, Republicans are punching closer towards what we think it's going to lose.
That's right. He's creating narrative. It's true that Bernie stole the nomination.
gloves off. He has. Obama and everybody's super scared. I guarantee you they're hovering over orders to kill him right now. They're deciding how to kill Trump right now. They don't understand. They now feel like Trump's ready and prepared for that. The guy's incredible. I'm telling you, folks, Trump is amazing. He is ready to die. He's the real deal. He really is the real deal. We'll be right back. 5 more minutes, and I'm going to hand the baton. All I know is I can spiritually pick up to the global star and you torture me to death. I'm never joining you. And they know that. I wish people could get close to this evil once or twice. Like Joel Scalzo was talking about yesterday. You never want to be part of it. All right, I want to play this clip. I know that's your calls and all that's coming up. There's a bunch of these videos. I want to play one that shows how much women who are Democrats hate Hillary. I mean, this is really them just installing their little paid-for princess. But we got another clip that shows how many Bernie supporters are planning to vote for Donald Trump. Here it is.
I'm Calvin Phillips and Campus Reform. Today we're in Philadelphia at the DNC talking to angry Bernie protesters about whether or not they're going to be voting for Hillary in November or switching parties to vote for Donald Trump. Let's see what they have to say. I was strong for Bernie, and now I'm taking a stand for Trump.
And I'm going to use all of my time and energy to make sure Hillary doesn't win.
If you had to vote for Trump or Hillary, I'd pick Trump. You say that you would possibly consider voting for Trump if Bernie's close. Do you think other Bernie supporters would do that?
Absolutely. You guys need to know.
It would be surprising you to see a big chunk of the Bernie people go to Trump.
Some people that maybe Bernie is the person that they stuck with right now, but there are some things just anti-establishment, and they'll go with Trump to send that message.
I posted on it on my social media, and quite a few people are gonna go with Trump. Some people are cheap and they're gonna fall in line and vote for Hillary.
And that's what every Bernie person I talk to says. They're either going to vote third party or for Trump. And again, I mean, I'm in the middle of Austin, supposedly liberal. I've never really found any Hillary supporters unless it's down the city council or the legislature about the rich people. I mean, that's it. You go in the richest areas of Austin, though, you will see the unicorn, which is the rare creature, the narwhal of the land. You will see Hillary signs. I have seen them in the twilight quickly riding by, but nowhere else. Nowhere. 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 And I've been all over the country. That's why people are so angry and so upset. That's why they make this big fake selection. Republicans and all turn against you. They're all fighting messages to vote for Hillary. They were already saying they voted for Trump. Those are drugs. Paul Watson from London, England is coming up. The InfoWars Nightly News tonight, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Right here on the GCM Radio Network and other shows. Remember, they're trying to censor information, get calls, share links or videos, bring your own, fight back.
He made a light-hearted joke on stage with a veteran. This is a catastrophe.
Muslims. He also hates. Establishment. He's linked in benefiting directly, financially, personally, from Muslim migration into America. This is the guy who got up on stage and said Donald Trump was an awful, terrible, evil person for suggesting maybe it's a good idea to vet Muslim migrants coming into the United States when, around 21% of them, in the case of Syrians, support ISIS. They've got beheading videos on their cell phones. They've got ISIS flags on their cell phones. We've got attacks every single frigging week in Europe by these refugees. Maybe it's a good idea to vet them, but no, Donald Trump's evil. Hillary Clinton's policies in arming jihadists in Syria, in attacking Libya, overthrowing a secular government that led directly to the migrant crisis, to the deaths of thousands of migrants, that led directly to the rise of ISIS, who killed tens of thousands of Muslims. She's good with Muslims. She's pro-Islam. She's politically correct because her policies led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Muslims. Donald Trump's evil because he said something about vetting immigrants to stop terrorists. That is the narrative the media is now trying to sell you. And oh my god, Donald Trump made a light-hearted joke on stage with a veteran, which the veteran laughed at and found funny. No, we have to get offended on his behalf. That's terrible. Not only now does Donald Trump hate Muslims, he hates the military. Again, they go absolutely appalling. They will get every thousands of skeletons in
Hold on, girl, now wait just a minute. I've got something to say, you should hear it. Oh, I'm happy to make time for your feelings, but you have to admit I already do. Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell ya, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell you, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Never gonna stop. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. I ain't never gonna stop. No, no. Oh, I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna stop now, baby. Never gonna stop now, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I ain't never gonna stop now, baby. Never gonna stop now, baby.
Seizures, these tics, whatever they are, which are completely bizarre, as you can see in the videos, can be triggered by people talking, by multiple numbers of people talking around her, which is exactly what we saw with one of the most recent videos again. She refuses to do press conferences where you're being bombarded with people talking to you. Interviews are the ones that she does do a heavily scripted. Very bizarre behaviour of Hillary Clinton. I'm talking to psychiatrists and psychologists to try and get wider perspective on this. But she claims Donald Trump is unfit for office because of his policies. And she be physically unfit for office. I'll be back with the Alex Jones Show on breaking news at infowars.com. Don't go away. We're back on the Alex Jones Show, and I need to tell you about our specials at infowars.com. We've had some wonderful stuff from the Operation Sleeping Giant Super Sale fundraiser last week. We have extended some of the key specials at infowars.com. Now, why do you need to get the products? Well, if you really want us to uncover the next AIDS Skrillex, the next Cold Cook, even maybe the next Truly Puff, then this is what funds as a person. Compare Infowars now to Infowars, 4 or 5 years ago. We didn't have the resources nor the staff to send people out to cover events. Yeah, it's amazing how much the team, just in terms of numbers alone, has grown, over the past 5, 6 years. When it started out, it was basically Alex, some other lady on the phones doing sales, a website operator, and me, and that was it. It was basically a handful of people. Look at it now. It's a behemoth. And we're challenging the mainstream media directly. That's the point. We're able to send people out to all these events to get the violent, radical, unhinged social justice warriors on camera, to shine a light, to shine a mirror in their direction, to prove exactly how extremist they are. This is absolutely vital to derail the mainstream media narrative. You see now trust in mainstream media around the world. People turning away from television, people turning away from print media. It's because, to a larger and larger extent, we are taking their place. And that's because of you getting products in September. So you look at the percentage of Sunni Muslims and Christians in July. 98.6. The Syrian population into compared to 96% Christian. If you look at the population of Syria, even as it is now, it's still 10% Christian. 10% of the Syrian population is going into the United States. It could be into Christian. What is it?
classic to contemporary style, the Home Depot offers the inspiration, selection.
going to get that video. We're going to play it. It's going up on Infowars.com right now. This is it. We finally got a candidate who's a patriot. We finally got somebody that beat the mainstream media, that beat the people who's trying to suspend the election, trying to just install the whole thing. And now they're in the news acting like Trump's a coup. Nobody tried to steal something from him in the primary. Nobody took anything from Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders supporters are all going, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. See, Trump all he's doing is giving the Sanders people, if they had any soul, any mind, any sense about wanting to be wrong, total distraction from Hillary helping kill hundreds of thousands of Christians in Syria, in Libya, in Egypt. That's the outrage. That's what's a big issue. And folks, I do not have words again to describe to you how historic all of this is, how over the top how all of this is, how amazing this all is. People keep saying, well, if Hillary's going to steal the election, what's the point of Trump saying it? Doesn't he want to encourage people to vote as landslides beat theft? He said that. He's going to fight it. He's going to point out she stole the nomination. Listen to me carefully, okay? The issue is she stole the nomination. She's a fraud. And that the Bernie people shouldn't just forget about that and we move on like goldfish with 10-second memory spans and attention spans. And that we have to make this the big issue and put out the reports and the videos, call them ads if you want, showing how they stole, showing what they did, showing how Trump stood up and said no, so they had to back off. He's doing the right thing. He's coming out and speaking about this so that they understand he's not going to play games. And so it's a referendum on overthrowing the corrupt occupiers of this country, foreign interest that run both political party machines, who are now showing the fact that the Republican Party is trying to keep him from fundraising and trying to give all of the votes they can, and having all the Republican leadership say they're going basically and voting for Hillary Clinton. This doesn't discredit Trump, that our known occupiers, our enemies, the traitors, are putting everything they can against him. It's why we must have him. They're the ones running us in the ground. They're the ones bankrupting us. They're the ones starting the wars. They're the ones engaging in all this evil. They're the ones that want to make us poor to control us. They're the ones coming after our guns. They're the ones federalizing the churches with the faith-based initiative. They're the ones federalizing local schools. They're the ones federalizing local police. They're the ones funding the race war. They're the ones funding the division. They're the ones making it pay for people to have sex changes and pay for abortions. They're the ones. They're the ones. They're the globalists. They're the enemy. They're the problem. They're like the EU that came over and took over England. And we're saying, you know what, globalists, get out of here. We're aware of you. And it's taken just magic, beautiful Yankee like Donald Trump to stand up and say, you want to come after me? Go ahead. But I'm standing up for this country. We are forcing the globalists out in the open. We're making them tell big whopper lies. We're making them openly steal elections. We're making them come out and try to legitimize having superdelegates ignore giant landslides in primaries for Donald J. Trump. studied it.
Russians, and apparently it's DNC chairwoman, she's going to, trundle off into the sunset with millions of dollars. The big one though this week for going full Soviet, I never saw anything like it, was this guy Khan, who's absolutely a Muslim Brotherhood. His function is what they call civilizational jihad. He's the jihadist with a tie, jacket and a tie, who works for the Clinton law firm. You look at the Clinton law firm, the Clinton law firms also produce people like Lynch. They're very long term in this civilizational jihad. Huma Ahmadine, she goes way back. All the law firms with Lynch, with this guy Khan, they're all part of the crime syndicate. He went right up on stage, put up the picture of his son, and cried the crocodile tears. It was very well orchestrated. Unfortunately, Trump stepped in it. He went right into the trap full speed. I don't think it'll matter after another big attack like Nice or San Bernardino or Orlando. It'll just make Trump look smarter and Obama look like more of a traitor. I thought it was great today. Obama was definitely in panic mode. And him bringing
Hillary knows this is real. This is history. They don't want you to be real. They don't want you to believe there's hope. There is. And Rabbit, I'm going to take calls, but I'm going to get to the floor about the latest Islamic attacks. Changing the name from Ali to David, not saying it's Islamic when they cut the priest head off, just massive censorship intensifying. I mean, this is really, really crazy. And then putting the Islamists in the positions of power to rule over us. I mean, it's really happening.
Even
Yes.
Pope Francis, you have to remember, Benedict did not die in office. He was not It was a coup. It was a coup of the social justice warrior Marxist priest class that took him and that took Benedict out and put a lackey in, a Marxist lackey. That's the guy that just said that.
There is no Islamic terror. It's blasphemy to say it. We must open our borders. It's so unthinkable. It's the Associated Press. I can't even believe he said it. Go ahead, sir.
And how can anybody look at something like that and not see it as, one more clanging bell?
Does this not signify there is growth, as you said? This signifies growth.
Even to take out the Pope and put in a Marxist, a Marxist stooge at best, and a willing participant at worst. But I want to say something about the media. I got to go back to the Soviet and the media. I can't. It blows my mind even more than say this full court press with Khan, who got 50 times more coverage than the Benghazi families in 3 days, and they got in since Benghazi.
Yeah, they've been dehumanized.
But if the WikiLeaks, which they turned into a Russia and Trump attack perfectly, WikiLeaks shows that Politico, the Washington Post, name brand big shots like Chuck Todd and Jake Tapper, they're taking their instructions from the DNC. It's like going back to George Stephanopoulos in the Romney first debate when he brought up birth control. That was a talking point that he was assigned. He's a DNC agent. He used to run the Clinton War Room in the first Clinton administration.
There are people everywhere.
Right, Wolf Blitzer dancing and drinking champagne. Whoops, am I on camera? The fact that these guys, Todd and Jake Tapper, can still put television and not have people out on the street when they have those huge lights in all the studios.
They
assimilation plan, this racializing the politics of this country. I was in the military, and everybody in the military kind of just by cooperating with the powers, the powers that be in the White House, the Spanish American government. They said you provide the, so they'll provide the illustrations of the difference is, and this is we have rules right here, very powerful social media that's powerful. Now, of course, 80% of the people, of course, are watching the Kardashians.
office. They're not going to do of the country, and I'm not saying hand out the most stuff to the most people. I'm talking about the overall benefits of the country, and that means a place with borders. And by the way, everyone should go look on YouTube and see the video of Hillary in 2008 when she was campaigning, saying we need to enforce our borders, and if necessary, we need to build a wall in some places.
Great point. Just earlier you said you don't want to go to that nightmare scenario. When you started going there, the hatred Hillary has, the radiated aggression, the fact that she can't have press conferences
to Brits when he tried to interfere with Brexit votes. But Daniel has an interesting take on this. He says Obama coming out like this really actually signals that Trump could win this election. He said if the election was really in fact bad for Hillary Clinton, it would be worth more time to convince the nation of Trump. Instead, he's been encouraging Trump to continue speaking out as if his words were actually helping him. That's not the case. He's signaling a globalist presidency, and Hillary is pulling too far behind for the technocrats to break the election based on paper. He points out how Trump has pulled the curtain to expose the globalists, exposed how evil they are. They're not the saviors of humanity as they portray themselves to be. Basically, the Wizard of Oz panicking when they're rolling out like this and using these joint press conferences to push back on Trump. And it's also very revealing that he made this right declaration right after Trump warned that the general election is rigged and that he has feared it would be rigged, just like the Democrats in the nation was rigged in favor of Hillary Clinton, despite the fact that the majority of Democratic voters wanted Bernie Sanders. Now, Alex Jones warned just a few days ago about the rigging of the election, and of course now the nominee Donald Trump has come out echoing that warning. Trump said that he is able to secure the nomination because he won in massive landslide. The same word is not to be necessary when you're pulling dirty tricks in the general election. And he also made on Sean Hannity's news show that he's been very sick for time. He knew the last time they were racing for their back to money votes were Republicans. A lot of people were curious as to how the president and so Alex Jones, in his warning, said if she stole the primary, she's going to try to steal the general election. We need a referendum supporting free and equal elections in the country, and that referendum is a landslide for Trump. We've got to call this fraud out for what she is, and that's exactly what we're going to need to see is a landslide, because that's the only way they're not going to be able to rig the election. Of course, Hillary and her campaign have come out immediately calling Trump a pathetic, dangerous conspiracy theorist. So this is Hillary Clinton's press secretary, Brian Fallon. He's been sending out a spree of tweets there, calling Trump's comments pathetic, a reflexive conspiracy theorist. He responded to Trump's assertion that the general election debates are being rigged by the Democrats because they're aired on the same night and time as the NFL football games. Of course, that means nobody is really going to be watching. They're going to have to really choose. Most people gather their friends around to watch the NFL games. And you'll recall this was the exact same setup the Democrats had for the Democratic debates, because most people know Hillary Clinton's name. You don't even have to really know politics, but you know her name. So they didn't want any of her opponents in any airtime. So they set the debates up on major nights when most people really aren't going to tune in. So of course they're being rigged in there because the media controls the narrative heavily. And most people, if they're watching the football game the next day, they're going to tune in and just get the highlights, which I guarantee are going to read something like Hillary Clinton literally destroyed Donald Trump. And so that's just what they're going to go ahead and believe, is that she won, and the highlights, which are usually them cutting out certain aspects of debates that they want to portray and, Photoshop over Trump, but really didn't look at the end. Now, you recall that just a week ago, there was the left media was putting out the conspiracy theory that the Russians would try to manipulate the elections. That's right, they were saying, without a doubt, the Russians hacked into the DNC servers, so that means Russia entirely controlled the machine, where that's not for their electronic voting machines are scared of being in charge. They're controlling the people who are not here voting on. These are just they're trying to upgrade, but they're mention of it, they're taking photos of their phones from the voting process, which are real time. For so long as they're rigged in favor of the establishment, they're never going to push back. But here they're actually saying, they're kind of setting it up. President Obama held a joint press conference today with the Prime Minister of Singapore. There, he talked all about the importance of passing the TPP. Now, you'll notice that any mention of the TPP was noticeably absent from his speech there at the DNC. But of course, Obama couldn't pass up the opportunity to take some jabs at Trump. Now, this time, he specifically called out the presidential nominee, saying that he was woefully unprepared for the presidency. He says there's got to be a point where Republicans say that enough is enough. Obama said Trump doesn't have the judgment, temperament, or understanding to occupy the Oval Office, and he scolded Trump for his attack on a Gold Star family. So, of course, this is the same president whose judgment sees him playing a round of golf after every single ISIS beheading or terrorist attack. But, Donald Trump, he doesn't have what it takes because only Obama can go on Saturday Night Live and all these other reality-type shows, and with his great judgment there, he's so big to be the president. So he also went on to implore Republicans to unendorse Donald Trump and asking, what does it say about the Republican Party that Trump is their standard bearer? So here he goes, trying to, of course, interfere with this election, really hammering down that he doesn't like Trump. Trump is unfit. We got to back Hillary. Hopefully this will have the opposite effect, just like his appeal to Brits when he tried to interfere with the Brexit vote. But Kit Daniels has an interesting take on this. He says Obama coming out like this really actually signals that Trump could win this election. He said if the election was already, in fact, in the bag for Hillary Clinton, Obama would be working overtime to convince the GOP to Donald Trump. Instead, he'd be encouraging Trump to continue speaking out more if his words were actually helping Hillary. That's not the case. He's signaling that the globalists are losing and Hillary is falling too far behind for the technocrats to rig the election in her favor. He also points out how Trump has pulled the curtain to expose the globalists. He's exposed how evil they are. They're not the saviors of humanity as they portray themselves to be. So this is basically the Wizard of the Oz panicking with the president rolling out like this and using these joint press conferences to push back on Trump. And it's also feeling that he made this desperate declaration right after Trump warned that the general election is rigged and that he has fear that it could be rigged, just like the Democratic nomination was rigged in favor of Hillary Clinton, despite the fact that the majority of Democratic voters wanted Bernie Sanders. Now, Alex Jones warned just a few days ago about the rigging of the election, and of course now the Republican nominee Donald Trump has come out echoing that warning. Trump said that he is able to secure the Republican nomination because he won in a massive landslide, suggesting that the same margin of victory must be necessary to overturn Hillary's dirty tricks in the general election. And he also repeated on Sean Hannity's news show that he'd been hearing for more time. He knew the last time there were precincts where there were practically nobody voting for the Republicans. But if you were curious, Hale said he was. And so Alex Jones, in his warning, said if she still won the primary, she's going to try to steal the general election. We need a referendum so that we can free the election in the country. And that referendum is a landslide for Trump. We've got to call this fraud out on the cheap. And that's really what we're going to need to see is landslide conclude and not the way to the election. Of course, Hillary and her campaign have come out immediately calling Trump pathetic, dangerous conspiracy theorist. So this is Hillary Clinton's press secretary, Brian Fallon. He's been sending out a spree of tweets there, calling Trump's comments pathetic, a reflexive conspiracy theorist. He responded to Trump's assertion that the general election debates are being rigged by the Democrats because they're airing on the same night and time as the NFL football games. Of course, that means nobody is really going to be watching the NFL cheerleading. Those will gather their friends around to watch the NFL games. And you'll recall this was the exact same setup the Democrats wanted for the Democratic debates because most people know Hillary Clinton's name. You don't even have to really know her politics, but you know her name. So they didn't want any of her opponents to get any airtime. So they set the debates up on major nights when most people really aren't going to tune in. So of course they're being rigged in there because the media controls the narrative heavily. And to most people, if they're watching the football game the next day, they're going to tune in and just get the highlights, which I guarantee are going to read something like Hillary Clinton literally destroyed Donald Trump. And so that's just what they're going to go ahead and read because she won the whole highlights, which will of course mean them cutting out certain aspects of the debate that they want to portray. And got a shout out in her one of her YouTube videos. And so he was kind of warming up the crowd, and he said, "We are so honored to have such a great outpouring of support for Secretary Clinton in the most important city, in the most important state in America. I need a partner in the White House that can deliver." And so today, he seemingly delivered for Clinton. He restricted the capacity of Donald Trump's crowd size, leaving a lot more people outside unable to get into the convention center. Donald Trump
Boom, boom.